Hello, you. All right, we're just about 1 minute till showtime. How's everybody doing today? Yes, we are going to be in Minecraft today. I feel like, we've done a lot of other things, including Back for Blood. I'm kind of getting not so much bored of Back for Blood, but more like frustrated with it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people making comments and saying different things, and even tried to watch a Back for Blood streamer and really didn't like what they were saying. So we're going to take a break from that for a little while. And today we are in Minecraft. We are going to be doing some cleanup, some resource gathering. We might do some building. I'm not sure. I do have an idea for a new farm. We don't have a kelp farm. And I just realized something about kelp that I didn't actually know beforehand. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get on in here. And welcome back to my world. It's been a while since we've been here on Twitch. We've been doing other things, such as Back for Blood. We've been doing that quite a bit here recently. And we're going to change it up. We're going to be here in Minecraft. And as I said, we are going to be doing a little bit of cleanup and resource gathering. Uh, the main reason for this is I noticed the last time I was in my world, we've got some storage issues within our main house here. And even these chests here, we need to do something about these. Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute. This is probably something we do need to clean up. I've never really had a problem with this stuff being here, but yeah, we need to do some stuff about that. First things first. These. This is what we're gonna focus on. So right off the top of my head, that is 16. Oh, that's exactly what we need. That's 16 shulkers we need to get for all the different colors of dye. We need to like save some room here. We can't put a whole lot of dye at the moment. Um, Trying to think what the best way is to go about this. Let's see. Yep. So 32 of those. Do we have enough space? Yes, we do. Oh, this is going to be slow going, thinking about it, because we got to do this. And that. We'll take the brown that we have. We have one brown dye to our name. We need a cocoa bean farm. We do have some cocoa growing. We just don't have that much growing. So next up, we want to grab the green. Come on, brain. Game doesn't work like that. I've gotten so used to, like, clicking stuff into certain categories, and it's kind of throwing me off a bit that it doesn't do that. Okay, so next up we got red, which we don't have a whole lot of. Red is easily gotten. It's easy to get. So light blue here. We don't have any light blue. Okay, that's fine. Black, we might as well go ahead and convert these. Because you can't really do anything with just a plain ink sacs. Do those. So that's those colors. Now we can start doing a few more. I don't remember if the shulkers are already purple or not. Got cyan. You're also gonna have to excuse me a little bit because there is. I've been trying to tweak my TV settings. For those that don't know, I am not using a monitor. This is actually on a TV. And some of the colors are not exactly right. So it's a little bit annoying when it comes to certain things. That's something that I only recently noticed. I was having trouble with the TV doing weird things in terms of color. Okay, so what are we missing? We're missing orange, first off. Did I not do pink? No, don't give me that one. This one's magenta. We got, that's light blue, this is cyan. We're missing the 2 shades of gray. Which is easily fixed. And I'm still missing some colors. What am I missing? I'm missing orange. I'm missing yellow. That's light blue, that's cyan. We've got green, we've got light green. Oh, orange, yellow, pink. Orange, yellow, pink, that's what we're missing. No, stay. Okay, so pink, orange, and yellow. There. Alright. Is there any reason for me to not go ahead and convert all those into dyes? Be easy enough for us to go ahead and get a whole bunch of flowers. I'm not really sure what all colors we can get from just one. I think that one gives us blue, yellow, red, a couple others. Okay, so we can move this down. These are more shulkers. We'll take care of this in a minute. Okay, so that's all of our dyes. I feel like trying to fill these up too. Oh, yeah, so that one's going to give us those colors. This one over here. Brown we're not going to be able to fill up very easily. can get quite a bit of brown just right. Oh, hi. Lovely to see a creeper this early in the day. I still have yet to fix that. A creeper blew up part of this tree. I just haven't bothered fixing it. Get our cocoa beans and then replant. I want to get that many. We may have a single piece of wood that we can put there. I think we do. I don't use jungle wood too often. I don't have all these labeled. Ooh, okay. I do know where some jungle is, though. So let's just go ahead and plop that in there. Brown's going to be one of those colors that we don't use that often anyway. Green, I think there's some green back there. But we're going to have to fly over to the city build. Because I know I have jungle wood over here. There might be some spoilers here because I haven't put together the next episode. Been working on other things. Mostly trying to find a new job. And this is one of the things that I want to take care of today. We got this junk shulker here. It's just got bits and bobs and like chests like this where there's just random stuff in it. As far as the shulker monster is fine. For the most part, I know where everything is. Like over here is woods. Most of these right here are spruce, and then we've got barrels in this one, obviously, for building pillars. Here is red sand. There is dark prismarine in that box. There is prismarine bricks and prismarine sea lanterns. In this one, there is some regular prismarine there. We do need to get a couple more boxes for prismarine made up. This is all warped wood here. This particular one is the stems. We got stairs here and regular planks there. Those are empty. I don't even remember what was in those. Typically, I try to color code things too. So, like over here, this is all granite. In various stages, like these four here are polished. These are just regular granite. This is polished slabs. And then so on and so forth. Like I said, it is a bit of a mess in terms of shulkers, but I generally know where just about everything is. And if I don't, I know roundabout where it is. Like this one is our copper box. This one is honey. This one should be my light box, so this is for making lamps and lanterns and things, and just being able to apply light sources in any given area. And then some of these, I actually just got to go and look because I don't remember. Yeah, this is my iron bars frog light box. So we got all three types of frog lights in that one. Over here, this is a new section. I want to say this was deep slate. Yeah. So these four here should be polished deep slate. That one's actually empty. We just got a random cobbled deep slate there for now. This one was a mix and match box from a previous build. It originally just had polished deep slate in it, and as I was making different blocks for it, I just started putting stuff in there. And then at some point we ended up mixing in some some things that aren't polished. Again, this one is empty. It's supposed to be cobbled. In fact, let's just move that over there. And then we got a whole bunch of slabs and stairs there for making roofs. Then over here we've got our polished andesite, mostly for making the roads. No, because the roads don't use polished andesite. I don't. Good grief. Excuse me. I don't remember what the polished andesite was for. I was using it for something. I don't remember what. I want to say it was for the ceiling in there, and then along these edges here. And I don't remember if all this work here is spoilers or not, so just bear with me if it is spoilers. We did start working on this whole area, and I had kind of a unique idea that I wanted to try. I've never done anything like that before, so we just went ahead and did it. But on to what we are actually doing right now. Replacing that one log. Alright, so what else do we need to do? Oh, right, we were in the middle of filling these up. I don't really have a whole lot of gray, white, and black at the moment. So we're just going to take these out, we're going to do white. Just like that. I do think I will make a box specifically for the glowstone. Glowstone? Glow ink sacks. Ugh. Trying to talk right now. We do need to make some more rockets at some point. I'm not overly concerned with rockets. This is a single player, so it's not like we're selling them, so those can just sit there. And some of these are boxes that I access frequently, so I might as well just leave them out. Our enchanting box could potentially go up. Yeah, we could probably put that one up. This one we need to clean up. Well, we got purple dye in there. So we'll put some purple in there. Cyan. No, that's light blue. Which does and does not require white. I don't remember. There is or isn't a flower. Oh yeah, blue orchids. That's what I'm thinking of. Blue orchids give you light blue, I believe. I don't have very many blue orchids. Yeah, it's light blue. We do have a swamp over there. We may end up at some point building a flower farm for blue orchids. Okay, so that is pretty much full. So we can go ahead and we're going to do... Oh, we're just going to turn the master volume down for a minute. And we're just going to let that go. I need to come over here to chat. See if anybody's talking. Nobody's talking. Not surprised. It's very, very seldom I actually have somebody in chat talking. It's a very, very rare thing for me to have a conversation. Which usually means that I have to rant on about something while we're doing anything specific. And at the moment, I really don't even know what to talk about. And I do promise to try my best. Words are difficult. To try my best not to talk about politics this time. gotten kind of a bad habit of doing that. It seems to be the main thing that I can ever even think of to talk about. Um, so what can we talk about? Job searching, maybe? I haven't had much luck finding work. The area we live in is very, very, very heavy on production. So there's a ton of production jobs and jobs for like little places like Walmart and everything. I may have to be forced to go back into working at a place like that. I'm not too thrilled about the prospect. However, we're not finding any kind of. We are finding an occasional job. However, most of the time I'm looking at the requirements for it, and I'm like, well, I know I don't meet that. For instance, I did apply to a job that I know I'm not even going to hear back from. They're probably going to laugh at my resume. Uh, it was mostly looking at coding stuff and troubleshooting and working on stuff like that. They wanted somebody that could troubleshoot coding for a couple of different types. Uh, my knowledge of coding is very limited. I do know I have a working knowledge of both Java and C++. That is not C++, that is just C++. I've only ever had one class on C++. However, what they were really asking for was both Java and I think it's a Unity. I'm not very familiar with Unity. I'm not even saying that. I'm not even sure that that's a coding program or a coding language, more correctly. And let me up. Thank you. So yeah, I knew on all accounts that I probably wasn't going to get that, and they were also looking for somebody with a bachelor's. I don't even have an associate's, so whatever. I still applied for it. I severely doubt I'll hear back. Other things I did mention in my latest video that we did have a job offer, but it turned out that it was just a scam. Yeah, I'm not really surprised because that seems to be the new like go-to for scammers is job scams. So I was not really surprised by that. Oh, you know what? We are going to be getting quite a bit of light gray dye. I probably should have left out the light gray box. I actually forgot about that. I just want to let this one run until it runs out of bone meal, pretty much. We do need to do something about these seeds, though. Seeds are going to be taking up quite a bit of inventory at some point. Um, but yeah, in our area, the main things that I was seeing like actual job offers for is either production level jobs, like working at a factory kind of production is what I mean. Uh, some people may think that production could imply like movie production or TV production. No, I'm talking like actual factory jobs. I've actually had enough of those since I've been home. And I say that because I was formerly in the U.S. Air Force. However, between my own mistakes and that, what's the nicest way I can say that without going into politics? The second most horrible president in my lifetime, his policies, most people don't realize what he was actually doing, and it caught me in the butt. Now, to be fair, it wouldn't have caught me in the butt if I hadn't gotten myself into a little bit of trouble. However, that level of trouble was not of the type that, well, it was. It was a big misunderstanding, is what it was. It was a huge misunderstanding, and a lot of people were freaking out over it. And I was like, I didn't mean what this person said. This is just, and even the commander of the squadron I was in had me go to a therapist, and even he was saying, "Yeah, this is a misunderstanding." It was basically like a one-upping thing. Like, somebody says a story, and then you try to one-up that story by telling something even more ridiculous. That kind of situation. That's what was actually going on. However, the commander still didn't believe it, so he used the policies that were in place. There was a loophole in those policies, and he exploited that. And I wasn't dishonorably discharged, but I really feel like it was a dishonor to me because that commander really cheated the system to force me out. That did happen, and I've been kind of struggling with work ever since. The thing that I did in the military is something that you have to have special certifications and everything on the outside, and I don't have those. Uh, and they're not easy to get either. Those are kind of costly. Like, it's expensive to do that. Now, between the cost of them and the fact that there is a place over in Alabama that I could go to get those certifications. The real problem is that I don't really care about what I did in the military. It's not my cup of tea. Like, I've gone to college for graphic design and programming, and what I did in the military was essentially be a mechanic, and I don't care about that. I really don't. Being a mechanic is not interesting to me. Like like one of the things that started some of the trouble that ended up getting me out is I flat out said that I find stuff like that boring. I'm not interested in it, and I don't care about it. No, it's not to say that I wouldn't do my job. That's something I have had to clarify a whole bunch of times. I do. Oh. Okay, it's still working. We're not going to worry about whatever I just did. I didn't see it. Um, but yeah, so I'm not too interested in getting the certifications to be a mechanic on the outside. I really don't care, especially considering what was done to me. Uh, I went to a place to try and get a job as a mechanic, and they basically told me that I don't know anything about that stuff, and they're not even going to consider me. And I just looked at them and I was like, I mean, a bolt is a bolt, a nut is a nut, and things come apart just as easily as they do on anything else. And all the parts are, while not the same, they all have similar parts and do similar functions. Just learning the names of those and what each one of them is the only real problem there. And I was like, you guys, this is insulting. I was like, this is ridiculous. I did try to go back to college for a little time afterwards. However, because of some of the things that happened to me in my last duty base, dealing with people became a huge problem, and still is. Not in the terms of like you need therapy kind of problems. And I actually was in a slight debate with my own father about this. I don't put up with people's crap anymore. Uh, excuse my language. Yeah, so if somebody says something and I completely disagree with it, I'm not just going to do exactly that or not question it. I've kind of gotten tired of being told to do certain things by people, and it goes completely against everything that, you've been told or stuff like that. And I get tired of people saying flat out lies. Like my last job, one of the managers, when I first met him, seemed like a good guy and everything, and really seemed like this guy was the one that they were pushing to be one of the head managers, as it were. He was just like a new guy there. And as I learned more about this guy and interacted with him, I realized a couple of things. First off, um, I can't get down there. First off, the only reason he seems to have gotten that job is stuff we're not going to talk about. There, is, if you catch my drift on that. The other thing was that dude was the type of person where he put he he would make sure that he's got capable people around him, not because he wanted to show off how good these people are or take them under his wing, but more so to make himself look good. Like, dude did not know anything about what he was doing. Not one thing. Uh, Basically, he was saying that, yeah, I did all this, and you knew for a fact that he didn't. It was one of the other guys, and he was trying to make himself look good. So I called him out on that a few times, and he would also lie about other people to make himself look good. He did this to me several times. We actually were talking about a procedure that we had when I first started there, and this procedure was basically mixing up some chemicals. They noticed that we were having a problem with it. So what ended up happening literally within the first 6 months of me being there, is we decided to change the procedure on how this stuff was mixed, more correctly on the mixture itself, like how much of each chemical we were putting in there. And this came about simply because the mixture was, if you looked at it, it wasn't thick enough. So we were changing the mixture, and this was also part of the season change. Like during the summer, the stuff would just be melting in there, so it was runny. It was almost like water instead of being as thick as it should be to apply proper coating. So what we ended up doing for the first 2 years that I was there, and that continued on until I left, is we were upping the mix a little bit as far as the actual chemical being used. Um, the fluid portion of it was staying the same. However, the actual chemical we were using to apply to the stuff, we were putting in extra. And this is something that I went back and forth with uh, the other managers, including the head manager, because this was not written down in the procedure. They didn't change it, they didn't update it. So any chance I got, I'd be like, please add a note in there to change this mixture. Anyway, so at one point, I realized that the uh, the people on this person's shift were still not mixing the stuff according to what we had found that we needed to do. They were mixing it by what was written down. There's no problem with that. That's perfectly fine. You are not in the wrong for doing something if it is written a certain way and there is a procedure change. This falls on the people in charge. And I kept pressuring them to get this changed or whatnot, and they just simply would not do it. Now, eventually, what ended up happening is when I was telling the third shift people that this procedure actually needs to be this, and this is how we've been doing it for like the last 2 years. And that was absolutely true. That's what we were doing. The manager over these guys was telling them that I'm lying, and we haven't been doing that. And I was like, no, 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 no. We've been doing this since pretty much I started. We changed the procedures to this. And I was like, you know very well that I have been getting with them constantly about changing this and updating this and putting the note in there that, hey, the mixture is now this. Um, and he proceeded to tell his entire team that I'm lying, that we've never done it that way. And I was like, this dude. And he would constantly do that. Like every time this kind of thing came up, he would say that I'm the one lying and we've never done something like that. And he knows full well that I was working alongside the head of. I'm not really sure what to say his position was, but he was basically the guy that made all these decisions. He was over everybody inside of the plant area. Like, he was the brains of the operation, and he would just be like, look, we're having a problem with this, so we need to change it to this. And he would, like, do a whole bunch of things, like testing things and everything. And he's the one that dictated that, we need to up the mixture a little bit. Um, and I, because of the time frame that was going on with this procedure, I was the one actually doing this and messing around with all the things when he wasn't there at the building. And we're out of bone meal, so we can shut that off. We got quite a bit of dye now. So this other manager knew dang well that I was the one who was in charge of that procedure whenever the main guy was not around. And we also did not have a manager on our shift. So, yeah, this stuff usually fell on my shoulders to take care of, even though I was pretty much the new guy for a long time. And then some of the newer guys come in and nobody told them this, and they kept doing stuff based on what was written down, which again is not wrong because that's how it was written. Um, so yeah, the one guy constantly saying that I was in the wrong and I'm lying, that really got on my nerves after a while, and I would constantly call him out and be like, "You are lying about this," and I would constantly notice things being done that there was some shady things going on around constantly, and we never really figured out who was responsible. At one point, I eventually realized that there's no button here. Um, I eventually realized during one particular event that none of this shady stuff was going on. And I was like, that's weird. All these problems that we have been having are suddenly non existent. Like, there's no issue. Everything's running smoothly. And I sit there and I thought about during that particular time frame, that manager in question had actually been suspended for harassment against one of the young ladies. And I pointed this out to him. I was like, look, during this entire time, everything has been fine. No, we've had no problems with this, and everything seems to be running smoothly. And I was like, and beforehand, and then immediately after the time of his suspension, the problems existed. And I was like, look, we had a problem, or this problem existed during this time frame, vanished during this time frame, and then after his suspension, the problem came right back. The exact same problem. And I was like, this is just too shady not to be, his doing. I was like, it has to be him. There's no other explanation for it. Uh, and nothing came of that. They all thought I was just, trying to make him look bad, which I didn't have to. dude was dude was doing things that were questionable all the time, and then he would blame me for a whole bunch of that. And I was like, no, 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 no. This is not on me. This was your doing, not mine. Um, okay, so we can't. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. If I do that and this, and yep, that's gonna move. Yeah, that was all sorts of problems going on there. Things just didn't, and I was getting tired of it, and I was noticing that there also seemed to be some kind of unspoken thing where they were trying to force me out by doing things that, I could see things going on and shady, different shady things going on. Like people were recording things incorrectly, or they were recording them in such a way that you knew it was fake. And when we would point this out, because they would get on to us for this kind of thing all the time. Again, things happen, but nobody would get on to these other people. It was literally just me and one other guy on our shift compared to the other two shifts that had like 4 to 5 people. And they would blame us for a whole lot of this, and I'm like, no, 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 no. This is at this time frame. That's not when we're here, and you guys aren't doing anything about it. Nothing. But you constantly get on to us with even less people about these kinds of things, and this just isn't fair anymore. There was a lot of that stuff going on. Yes, I need this one maybe. But yeah, that I eventually just had enough of that place, and that's kind of why we decided to go. The It's a small reason as to why we decided to try and make YouTube and Twitch a career. Now, because of the time frame, yes, I do agree. It was too soon. I should have waited a little bit longer before trying to be a content creator and also a I don't like this. So if I put that there. But yeah, there's a lot of things going on that made me think that we needed to try all this and potentially make a career out of it. Unfortunately, it's very much appearing like this is not going to work. So we have been looking for a new job. The whole purpose of all that ranting is that I'm done with production level jobs and working in factories. I'm not going to do that anymore. I've seen way too many shady things going on that don't make any sense. And despite what a lot of companies say, questioning those things, nobody really cares. See if this works. Okay. No, it's not going to work. So what we need to do, put that there. Okay. We need to... try it back here, see if this works. Why are you not transferring your signal? Excuse me? Why are you not transferring your signal? So the signal should be passing through this block and powering that redstone. However, it is clearly not doing that. Okay, why would it not transfer the signal? My only reasoning for that is the signal is not getting through. Alright, let's try this again. Excuse me? What? Now wait a minute. Alright. One little adjustment. Is it still sitting out? No, it is not. I don't think it's that box anyway. Actually, it is this box. We'll leave that sitting out. We may need to grab some redstone. We gotta make some adjustments to this. Oh, really? No, you're dying. Ugh. Okay. That's going too quickly. Yeah, we need to adjust something. We need to make some adjustments here. So that does need to go down, so that should be fine there. The only thing I can really think of is let's move that over here. And this, our lever. And just remember not to walk in that. Where that can come out. Put that there. Because I wasn't hearing that fire off. So we need another 3 repeaters, it looks like. Unfortunately, I did not build both of these the exact same way, so there are some slight issues with them. We're also getting cornflowers from this. This one should not be giving us cornflowers. Derp. There we go. I know this isn't the same as many other flower farms you may have seen. There's some reasons for that. I found that doing this without as many repeaters just causes problems, like it glitches bad. Now it may be because of the fact that I'm playing single player as opposed to playing on a server. From what I've seen of various content creators, and let's turn this back off because that's very loud. I probably could just turn it down, but let's just turn it off for purposes. Um, yeah, so on servers, it may just be server lag allows for faster systems, but on single player, those faster systems that they often use to deal with any kind of latency uh, causes things to break, and this is something I've seen in a lot of redstone contraptions where they do not work as advertised, and even redstoners themselves say that you need to do things a certain way, and I just find that it constantly breaks whatever it is I've built, doing them specific ways. So yeah, I tend to make my own redstone, or I use somebody else's and then adjust it as necessary because it doesn't work as advertised. And this is something I'm noticing a lot of things. This should be tulips. Huh? Why aren't we getting tulips? I am very, very, very confused now. This... If I got the two fat... Now wait a minute. What happened? This has always been tulips. Did I break some? No, I couldn't have affected the biome doing anything. This has always been tulips. It's the whole reason why this one's here and that one's over there. And now we aren't getting any tulips. What? What? I am so very confused. This has always been tulips. Again, that's the whole reason why I built this one here. Is that's where the tulips were growing. Not off to the side or 3 blocks over, right there in that spot. And now, as you can clearly see, we're not getting tulips. We got one red tulip the entire time. Um, what is happening? The reason that's important is there's actually, as far as the colors, there's a couple of different ones for tulips. Like we get orange as an example. One of the colors we get from the tulips is orange. The other one is pink. And then I do believe there is a yellow, a white, and red tulip. No, orange, pink, red. Sorry, this is white. Orange, white, pink, and orange, white, red, and pink. Um, that's the whole reason I have two farms so close together. It's because that one has always been tulips, and suddenly it's not. Hang on, something's something's not right. I'm I don't know what's happening. Oh, give me. I don't know what just happened. That completely and utterly vanished. Hi, spider guy. This has always been tulips. What is happening? What? What? Uh, huh? Why? Why? What in the world? I'm so confused. You should not be there. None of these flowers should be. Hang on. What? I mean, you can see tulips right there. And there's not a single one over here. That's the whole reason I left these. Because I guarantee if I break these, they're not going to be there any longer. Because every time I bone mill over in this area, we're not getting any tulips anywhere. Uh, what? What is happening? Okay, so this is right. That having a cornflower there is right because this one over here. If I go ahead and activate this, as you can see, we're getting the normal flowers. I don't know why that didn't go off a second time. It should have gone off a second time. Okay, so that's correct. And that's why that one is sitting right there. This one is sitting right there because when I first started here, this is where all the tulips were. And as you can tell from my flower box over here, this is where all these tulips came from. That one spot. It has been that same spot for as long as I can remember. Wait. Why? And suddenly we aren't generating tulips there. It has been that way for as long as this world has existed. There's no shenanigans going on here. What? Or actually, there are a lot of shenanigans going on here. There's been a lot of shenanigans. Like in my video the other day, the present outside the rift. I don't know where that came from. And apparently somebody has seen some of my past videos because I got coal last year for my Christmas present. Or it wasn't my Christmas present. It was a judging by two much bigger YouTubers, and they both gave me nothing but coal. And then I opened up Secret Santa gift, and I get coal. And see a cornflower. Dandelions, daisies, those things. I can't think of the name. Roses. Not roses, poppies. That that is not what is supposed to be growing right here. Hang on, let's rearrange some things because that's not what should be happening. Yeah. Um, I don't. I am very, 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 very confused. Is it because we transformed the area there? We didn't even change it by that much. Certainly not enough to dynamically change what is growing there. In fact, I don't think that's even possible. Like, once a biome area is set, and once things are set, such as what spawns where, you can't change that. Well, within reason. Yes, if I cleared out an ocean around a guardian temple, they can't spawn there because there is no water. Um, if I light up an area around a spawner, they cannot spawn there. Um, but as far as like growing stuff, like flowers, you can't change the biome. Like, once you find a section where certain things grow, it should always be that. And clearly, those are not tulips. I, I don't even know what's happening right now. That has been tulips for nearly. We're at about this. This world has existed for now roughly 2.5 years, and this has always been tulips. Always. Again, those were naturally generated. I left those, and as you saw, I bone milled these, and those are clearly not tulips. And this is definitely not generating tulips. Again, that's exactly why I built that, because I saw tulips growing here. I was like, ooh, I can put a flower farm here, and then up here was a bunch of poppies. I think I don't remember what was actually there. I think it was poppies. It was either poppies or cornflowers. And I was like, oh, okay, perfect. I can have a flower farm here and a flower farm there, and I can get all the different types of flowers, except for the two tall. And the two tall, I already had a whole bunch because spawn is like way over that way. That means I've got to build a whole new. I've got to find a spot that has tulips again. That is ridiculous. Like, how? How is that even possible? Actually, you can stay right there. We're gonna need you in a minute, but I gotta first figure out where. Okay, so we are gonna do some building after all. I wasn't planning on that. Oh, and I don't even know where to look. And specifically, it was a whole bunch of pink tulips that were growing there. That's where all my tulips have been coming from for the last 2.5 years. I know there's some spots around, I just don't know where they're at. I don't think they grow in taigas. I think you have to be in some form of plain biome. Oh, that's sugarcane. Sugarcane that is growing through a tree. I don't remember there being sugarcane there. Alright, well, let's break out the rockets. Okay, as far as these are all savanna. There we go. I couldn't think of the name of it. That is all savanna. That is going to be all roads. We can't do anything there. I don't think they grow in mountain regions either. Hang on. We got turn the sound back on because it's too quiet. I would put some music on, but because of copyright stuff, which is so annoying. I mean, music is one of those things that once it's out there, it should be free to use, as long as you aren't claiming the music as your own. We got lilies here. I don't really feel like going that far away. Okay, so we got dandelions, so that's a no. Wonder what grows over here. Because we were digging this area out for dirt, as you can see from that. Okay, no. Two tall flowers, which don't spawn using bone meal. See poppies, there's more roses. We've got daisies, there's our sunflowers. Got cornflowers down there. Aha! I see mostly white and red. I don't see any pink ones here. Then we got orange up here. We got orange and red here. We got white. These are all white, right? Yeah, these are all white. That looks like poppies up there. These are all white, it looks like. We could do a two tall farm, I just don't feel like it. We may actually end up building a two tall farm somewhere too. An automatic one. I mean, we do have our bushes in the back, and I have no problem just grabbing some bone meal and doing that. Not everything has to be automated. Let's see here. Let's get these red. Let's clear these out. We're gonna clear out all of them. See if we can find a spot that all four colors grow in. What? Hello? Uh, uh, what is happening? Okay, so that's not supposed to happen. Mojang, what did you do? Did they... I want to say they changed something. Because if you find poppies, you should only get poppies in that area. And clearly we were not getting poppies. Tulips. Sorry for the noise. I am very, 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 very confused. That should not be happening. Okay, I was not expecting to get white dye from those. I think they may have changed the spawning of tulips. So they can spawn, however, bone milling. Why have I got turtle eggs there? That's another one of those things we need to clean up. We got colored glass in a lot of random spots. Hello? I don't know of any flower forests. That's not something I ever bothered to keep track of. Hang on, let's, we need to do a little bit of research real quick, because I feel like they changed something. Because it's always been, if you bone mill an area of tulips, you should only get tulips. They spawn in flower forest biomes and plague biomes, rarely. Flower forest biomes being the main place that they can be. Red, white, pink, and orange, broken down into their various color types, and then nothing else. It is the only flower to have different colors. That is both correct and a little bit misleading. Each one of the tulips is named differently. It's named based on its color, so they're technically not the same flower. Well, according to what I just read, it has to be bone milled in a flower forest in order to get tulips. That is not correct. I mean that must have been changed in in current versions of Minecraft because that one farm that I built has always been tulips. So that's something that must have been changed recently so that they are only you can only farm them inside a flower forest. I was not aware of a change to that, and I don't know where a flower forest is. And I'm being honest about that. I have no idea where one is. I'm pretty sure I've seen one, but I don't. Because I already had access to all the flowers, I didn't really care and didn't write it down, didn't memorize where it was. See, over here we have the mesa. Wings are doing just fine, and this goes into the ocean. I did not scroll over to that. Oh, this is great. This is not what I had planned today. Let's see, we got more here. Eh, wrong button. Planes. I mean, we could pretty much tell that it was a plane simply because of how little flowers were actually there. I need to tear that one thing down. Just seen that in passing. Hello. I did not know there was a portal buried there. Okay, we're quickly running out of rockets. Alright, so we got to go on a little adventure apparently. I'm trying to think if there's anything I want to take out of my ender chest. How many? We can put these in here. It's not going to be that big of a deal. We do have a dispenser. One thing I did forget to mention is what puppy do I have with me today? I actually have Dolly with me today, and I don't know if you can hear. The reason I'm bringing this up is she's snoring behind me. If you can hear that, that's what that is. We've got little Miss Dolly with us, and she is being very loud and snoring. She's a sweet girl, though. I don't think I need anything else. Here it is. Do I need to stock up on rockets? Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. After we sleep. Still nobody in chat. Interesting. So we find out that something has been dynamically changed in Minecraft, and I still don't have anybody in chat. Very interesting. I need to clean this area up too. So a good chunk of this area was originally the bee farm. The bee farm's been moved and updated a little bit. We do have a slight problem with the bee farm, and that is that I simply don't have enough bottles for honey. So hopefully the bee farm is working just fine. And that area we just came from, that's our gunpowder farm. I'm coming over here because this is our sugar cane. Of course it's not going to be up there. Just take that much. I don't know how much that's actually going to make for us. And I don't know why we're starting to see frame rates. And I do apologize if that made anybody sick. We are using firework rockets, level 3, duration 3. I don't remember. Yeah, that just happened. No, it's 3 gunpowder to 1 paper. That's what it is. So I probably didn't need that much paper to begin with. Or, not paper, but sugar cane. And yes, we're being very, very, very quiet. We're concentrating, and one of the things that I constantly say is that without anybody to chat with, it's kind of interesting to just talk and just continuously talk when you don't have when it's a one-sided conversation. Like I end up just thinking a whole lot about what I'm doing and concentrating on that as opposed to just chatting away. Um, and I try to chat about different things. That way, when people do come in, they hear me talking about something, and hopefully they're interested in whatever subject it is that I'm talking about. I don't know if we needed that much sugar cane, because mm, each one of those is going to produce one thing of paper. How much? And each paper is going to produce three. So really, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So yes, that is going to be enough. And we're just going to grab a whole bunch of gunpowder. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Paper, gunpowder. So what do we need? We need 9 stacks of gunpowder. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there we go. That is our firework rockets. Again, we're going to have to go on a little journey. This is not what I had planned. Unfortunately, it looks like this is something we're going to have to do, though. I was not expecting a change to something that has been pretty much normal for a long time. And we are going to fly out towards the Guardian farm because I feel like that direction is where I saw a flower forest. There may be one out that way, but I'm not sure. I know I've seen one within reasonable distance. I just don't remember where in Minecraft Earth that was at. Okay, so we got another dark oak forest here. I was aware of this one because then we go straight into the ice. This is where I typically started coming to get my ice. I didn't realize that there was an ice biome so close. I had actually previously looked it up on a seed map and found one somewhere. I want to say it's like way out that direction. And we have a portal set up already to get us there. And hopefully we do not get lost. Oh great, there's a forest fire right there. I'm also not going to look that hard. Oh look, there's another Guardian Temple. Actually, I think I was aware of that, because I think that's why I picked this one, is because there's two fairly close together. I wish they were a little bit closer, but They are fairly close. In fact, I think I rated that one of its sponges because I did not get that many in the first one. All right, just to clarify, I don't know if you heard that. That was my phone going off. So I quickly, because that could be copyright because of the song that I have for my uh, incoming calls. Uh, so I had to answer that real quick. That is my family. To they went up north to go to a store. However, the store sells specific college attire for sports, and they were wanting to know which one of the items they were showing me that I wanted. And there, there is one that I've been bugging them to get, and they were like, "We'll get you this," and I was like, "Well, let's call it the football season's over with." I mean, it'd be next season before I even need that again. There's no point in getting that right now. Um, we did win a bowl game, so they had the hat for winning the bowl game along with another shirt. Well, they actually ordered shirts this past week and they came in. I am not wearing that shirt right now, uh, but we already have shirts. So I was sitting there looking at them, and one of the hats that they had shown me, uh, because the team colors are not heavily displayed on that, I was sitting there looking at that, going, that would work with pretty much anything I could wear. Um, a few different items I have are either blue, red, or black. In one case, one is black and gray with some red on it. So finding a hat from our college team of choice with the attire I have access to is kind of limiting. Like right now, I'm wearing a bright orange hat with a red shirt and a red jacket on. So yeah, that's basically what happened. They're up there right now, and because of that, I also realized that I need to take the puppies that are still at home outside. As I said, I have Dolly sitting here beside me, and then downstairs we got my boy Coco and Thor. And the reason that those three are here and not traveling with the rest of the family is these three are notorious for vomiting when being taken somewhere. So typically, if we go to the vet or if we go to the uh, the groomers, they tend to vomit in the drive. So these three do not typically go on these long drives, and as such, uh, it is actually better for us to have somebody staying at home with them. So typically, I don't go on these trips. That is also personal choice, and I really don't care to go up to these places too often. Um, they have cut back a little bit, and that's probably because of the state of the economy right now. They don't go as often as they used to. Gas is kind of a concern, and seeing as the vehicles they have are gas guzzlers, yeah, that's what's going on. So uh, I will be back. Again, we are going to take a little break, take the puppies out and get them situated and everything. And then I'll be back and we will continue our hunt for a flower forest that is directly against the whole point of streaming today. Wow, excuse me. Anyway, I'll get back to it. Let me take care of the dogs and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That couldn't, that timing couldn't have been any better. I got the dogs outside and immediately started raining a little bit. And as we were out there, it started pouring and pouring and pouring. Okay, cool. So I had to make sure where I was. I wasn't exactly sure where I was in relationship to anything else. So it looks like we got ice biome over here as well. Again, I don't have all the areas around me completely memorized. I'm not really sure where we're going to find a flower forest, if there's even one close enough to find. The other major problem I just thought about is I don't have... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have a second elytra. Or any bottles of enchanting that I can easily access. Alright, Creeper blew the buttons off of there and I haven't done anything with that. This build is something we need to eventually work on. I've been a little bit hesitant at working on it because I don't know how it's going to affect the spawning of iron golems. What I mean by that is for some reason it is spawning golems without a zombie present. I haven't been able to figure out why. My only guess is because it's out in the open, they can occasionally spot mobs of varying types that will actually cause them to spawn a golem. And if I close it off, there is the potential that it will no longer spawn golems for us. I just haven't done that yet. Yeah, we got our elytra repair. It is night, but we're just going to go ahead and sleep. And we're just going to fly off. Again, I really don't even know where to begin to look for flower forest. I was hoping there would be one somewhat close by. That way, accessing it whenever we need to get flowers for dyes is going to be quick and easy, and unfortunately, again, they've applied some sort of change at some point. That means the second flower farm that I built is absolutely pointless. I was not aware of any kind of change that affected the spawning of flowers. Or the bone milling of them. Let's say, I know there's another island out this way. So we got another plains biome and another guardian temple. And somewhere out here we should be hitting 119 chunks. So this world was originally made in 1.17. We kind of skipped over 1.18. The updates for 1.18 were kind of nonchalant and things that I didn't really care about. I do care about this. Ooh, look, more. So I didn't see a reason in upgrading my world. Then 1.19, we supposedly got our... Supposedly? We did get our copper veins, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And I saved a backup of the world because I didn't want any kind of corruption happening and losing the world. And one of the things with that is I've actually lost several worlds in my time playing Minecraft. I've lost several due to corruption in one form or another. I don't remember which one. Nope, not that one. So, yeah, we did save a backup. I did not want to lose all my progress and everything I've got planned. So it may take some time. Oh, there's a snow village. Hello, baby. You guys got anything for me at all? I didn't think about food. It's fine, I'm not too worried about this. I don't really need any kind of resource at all. Keeping myself stocked up on resources, that's a whole nother animal. And is this all snow biome? One thing that would be handy is finding a batch of powdered snow. Powdered snow is one of those things you either need a lot of it for a project or you don't need it at all. And it's hard to actually find powdered snow when you're not looking for it. When you're looking for it, it's hard to find it. When you're not looking for it, you fall into it all the time. I know I did that when I was looking for goats. There was a mountain off that direction somewhere. And I found some goats up on top of it, and I fell into several things of powdered snow. And I was laughing at YouTubers for doing the same thing and dying, and there I was falling into it. I was like, well, that's karma for you. Laughing at these YouTubers for falling into powdered snow and not recognizing it as such, and then I did it while looking for other things. And then when I actually needed powdered snow and I went off looking for it in that same mountain range, I couldn't find it. I think it took me about 2 to 3 hours of searching to actually find the powdered snow again. Because I simply had no idea where it actually was. Man, I've got so much ice around me, I should never have to worry about ice. Specifically, packed ice. I think all that's packed ice. Blue ice is a little bit rarer. There's an ice piece in the middle of a swamp. Hopefully I'm flying the right direction. Yeah, so here's the savannah, and here's this thing. That thing freaked me out the first time I came across this. I was like, what the heck is this? I was like, I'm not aware of any new temple designs and everything. And then somebody pointed out that that's not a temple. It's part of the drowned cities. But instead of being in the water, it spawned uh, on the surface, on an island, on a stretch of island, on a piece of the island, instead of being in the water. Which is highly, highly unusual. A lot of people thought it was, like, weird. But they did know what it was, and I was very confused by it. And then once they informed me that all it is something that should be underwater that spawned on the surface for some reason, I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense now. And I quickly recognized it when they said that. I was like, yeah, now I know what it is. There's this portal. One of these days I'm going to take some of these portals and I'm actually going to reconnect them and redo them and see where it leads. That one serves as a marker for that. That's quite often where I come to get my bad omen for activating my raid farm. Then we're hitting the Badlands again. And another swamp. You know, with all the swamps around, you would think that there's at least one of these that has a flippin' witch hut in it. I've looked at all of these. None of them have a witch hut. And if you saw the building that appeared to be a witch hut in the one back that direction, that is not a witch hut. I actually built that. I built that because I was hunting slimes. And I needed a place to sleep until I got, I think it's a full moon you need for slimes to spawn. So I needed a place to hang out. Speaking of which, it's about to be night. That's a polar bear. Yeah, there's a lot of cold biomes around me. A lot of cold biomes. I don't think I've thoroughly checked this swamp. I see a lava pool. Yep. There's another portal. And again, I don't see a witch hut. That is so weird. And then more cold biomes. Is there not a flat forest biome anywhere? I know I could probably just easily check the seed map and get an idea. Though there are some interesting problems when it comes to checking the seed map. Pumpkins. If you're wondering what I'm talking about there, if you recall when we were talking earlier about me updating the world from 1.17 to 1.18, then to 1.19, so that I could have access to the big caves and find veins of copper. That does mean that the seed and the seed map does not correctly correspond until you get further out. Like, the place where I go quite often for finding copper is really far out. In fact, I think it was taken roughly... Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's a house that I built. That was not a witch hut that was previously there. But anyway, the seed map and my actual seed do not correctly correspond until you get a couple thousand blocks away, which makes travel kind of problematic at times. Other thing I just realized is I didn't take a bed with me. So yeah, trying to find things is kind of hit or miss at times, depending on how far I've traveled and how far away something is. So typically I have to actually look for something that's at least 5,000 blocks away, which is quite a heck of a distance to travel each and every time you want to go somewhere. And I do apologize. I'm going to have to do this again. So I took the puppies out, and I didn't take care of any business that I myself might have. So yeah, let me run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Alright, business taken care of. Let me check one little thing here. And the reason I'm doing this is, you know, we usually don't have people in chat anyway, so diverting my attention to other things in the middle of the stream is going to be alright. For anybody joining in, though, it may be a little bit, like, annoying. However, I mean, if I go over here and I look, like, nobody's in the chat room talking, so not a big deal. Let's go ahead and turn that off. So while I was in the bathroom, I was thinking about it. We don't really have to have a flower forest biome for the tulips. It would be nice, but what I'm seeing is that they are very far away. And the main thing we are doing right now is just getting dyes together. So with that being said, I figure instead of wasting time, we can just use our flowers in the back to essentially get what we need for the most part. I'm not too concerned with trying to fill up all of these. So first off, let's just use some of this and that. And the reason we did have a stack there is if I do this, full stack of red right there. And here it is. And a full stack of yellow, and we take these, and we get 2 full stacks of orange. And I'm not going to stop right there just yet. We'll do this to get a whole bunch of lilacs. Yeah, lilacs, and same thing, we do that. We get a full stack of magenta, and then over here we can do this on the pink one. Same deal. A full thing of pink. Not a huge deal, but it will expedite the process of filling some of these up a little bit quicker. I'm not too worried about actually filling all these up, because obviously, like this one here, we don't have that much green. We do have quite a bit of cactus still. May just go ahead and take some of this over to our one smelter behind the house. Very simple setup here for a cactus farm. For the longest time, we've had way more cactus than we actually need. I don't have to put that one there, but we are going to be using up quite a bit here to make some green dye, and then potentially use up even more to make some lime green dye. So just pop that right in there. We should have more than enough lava in here still. And that'll start producing that. I'm not too worried about how long that's going to take, because we're going to be doing other things at the same time, trying to get dyes. And one of the things I'm going to come over here and do, this should still have quite a bit. Yeah. activate that, hit that button, just let that run for a little while, and then we'll go in there and collect stuff. For now, we'll take... So that should be for each, for 4 of them, then we need 2 of those for that, and that should be enough. So we're just going to do all of this. Yep. Do another one. Cool. So that's 2 and 2 there. Come over here to the poppies. Or poppies? Whatever that flower is. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. Use 2 stacks on this one as well. And again, all we're doing right here is collecting up dyes because we've had a shortage of dyes. I'm kind of getting tired of having to specifically make a dye for any given thing. Typically, just for dyeing shulkers is the main thing that we end up doing, and constantly having to make like a little bit of dye at a time is getting kind of annoying. I'd rather just have a whole bunch, be able to grab some when I need it. Now we really don't need that much red. We're going to be getting a whole lot of red. So one of these stacks is going to be used to make just red dye, which is going to give us 2 stacks total. The other 2 are going to be used for making orange. Yellow is not a color that I use too much of, so I'm not too concerned with having a whole bunch of yellow. So we're going to do the exact same thing with this. And then we're going to go check on our flowers in the flower farm. Because the last thing we want is to use a whole bunch of bone meal and have the drops despawn on us. However, we do need to clear up the inventory just a tiny bit. Do this, do that. I'm gonna put these up. So 2 of you can go in there. 2 of you can go in there. The rest of these are going to be orange. Orange is another color that I don't really use that often, which is kind of weird. Considering that, like I was saying earlier, my college team of choice, their colors are white and orange. I don't know why I'm not just flat out saying it. I imagine it probably has something to do with where I actually live. I don't think announcing where you live in any given video is, or Twitch is, fine. I don't see why you would bother. Also, I don't see why it would be that important. Okay, some more white. I think we're going to end up with a lot of yellow. Yep, wrong one. Here. Goes there. That goes there. Yeah, we're gonna... The yellow is gonna fill up long before any of the other colors. Yeah, exciting stuff. Watching somebody gather up drops from a automatic farm. Now we could redo this and have a hopper minecart set up underneath and probably get a whole lot more. Also, this is only 4. It's a 5 by 5 area. I do believe that is the distance that bone milling actually affects, is a 5 by 5. Again, we're just going to let this run for a while. All the seeds we'll be using to make more bone meal. I'm not too concerned with how much bone meal we actually have. We do have a mob farm that produces quite a bit of bone, so bone and bone meal and bone blocks are not really an issue. Technically, I mean, we got ways to get an infinite amount. We just don't have a large quantity of it. I haven't really spent too much time over at the mob farm. The mob farm was mostly built specifically for hopefully getting free redstone and glass bottles from witches. However, they don't seem to spawn too often. Which is exactly why I was talking about the need for a witch hut so that we can build a witch farm. Mostly for the bottles. I noticed that bottles for various things, such as creating potions. We do have a few, so we're kind of stocked on those, especially considering potions don't stack, which is very annoying. They end up taking up a lot of space. I need to kind of make some... I need to make some shulkers and have specific potions in each one of them. That's what I really need to do. Actually, let's turn that off for a second. Just collect up any of the drops. Still really aren't getting that many cornflowers. This used to have a lot more cornflowers than it gave. I'm assuming in one of the updates for 1.19, it changed some things, such as the tulip spawning. I'm still very confused by that. I don't know when they change that. Right, purple's going to be another color that we don't have a whole lot of. And that's going to be directly related to how many cornflowers we end up getting. I forgot about cyan. Cyan needs green and blue, so we really need to fill up the blue one completely and then start getting an excess amount of blue. Surprised we don't have more red. We can fix that. Again, I'm not too worried about bone meal. We got tons of bones. We don't have an excessive amount. Where am I going? I missed one. Did not realize it was down there on my hotbar. But we're just going to... Ooh, that's going to actually make 2 stacks of dye. You know what, it's fine. Just use this up on that. Now I could make a two tall flower farm. This is one of those things that I don't really mind. I don't see it as an absolute necessity to have a farm that specifically makes 2 tall flowers. And I would probably go about it in a very different way too. I did see in a video that Impulse SV, here we go again, we're going to be talking about a hermit. I did see that in one of his videos he did build a 2 tall flower farm and also a flower farm like that one, only he went about it in very different ways. Effectively the way that he did it, it's just going to always produce stuff. I don't see that as being necessary. That's like overkill. Especially when you're in a single player world. Now, on the flip side of that, I have noticed, you know, certain things we have been running out of or we have to create when we need it, which does get kind of annoying. This is only going to produce 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got... Could probably make another 5 stacks and be good on this. And I feel like we need to go check the flower farm. Otherwise we could be losing drops. Red is probably the easiest color to get because there's so many different things that can give you red dye. You can get it from poppies, you can get it from red tulips, and the 2 tall flowers also give you 2 instead of 1. And then if you aren't aware of it, you can actually get red dye from beets. Really, honestly, beets are like the worst item as far as any kind of production for use. Like, I don't see a reason for beets to even have the ability to be turned into red dye. I really don't, because we've already got like 3 other items that we can get a lot of red dye from. And honestly, some of the recipes involving beets. Really aren't even that great. Because they're difficult items to get. Apparently I haven't unlocked it anyway. So yeah, we aren't going to worry about it. But yeah, for red dye, you can get it from red tulips, poppies, rose bushes, and beets. For some of the others, well, maybe there are. I mean, this is literally the only way to get magenta is from lilacs, and then you got combinations of dyes in order to get them. But as far as any other given item, that is it. Blue dye you can get from cornflowers or lapis. Light blue dye, orchids. Now you can use blue dye and white dye to get light blue, but pretty much the only item that's going to give you straight up light blue is orchids. Can I just... Yeah, here we go. Pink. You got the pink tulip and the... whatever that flower is called. Pinoe? Pina? Pinot? As far as white dye, or light gray, you can get it from azure bolts, whatever that flower is, the white tulip, and then daisies. So you got 3 flowers that you can directly get that one from. Gray, I do believe. Nope, gray. Literally the only way you get gray dye is by combining black dye and white dye. There is no other item in the game that gives you that. Black dye, there actually is... There is a... Interesting. That doesn't give me that option. It's probably because I haven't gotten any yet. But as far as black dye, you can get it from withering roses. Or wither roses, whichever it's called. Light green, again, you can only get it by combining both the green dye and the white dye. Orange, you can get it from the orange tulips, so there is one there. And then cyan, the only way to get cyan is combine blue and green dye. So yeah, some of these I feel like they need to add other methods to get them, whereas red just has way too many. Like four different items that you can use to get red dye. It's a bit overkill. And then some of them only have like one. Now, some of those colors that require, or you can only get through one method, kind of does make sense, because they are not a natural color in flower form, such as green. But I feel like you should be able to get green from a flower. And also, I just thought about something. Shouldn't you be able to make green? Oh, interesting. It doesn't even give me the option to do that. I don't think I ever knew that. Yeah, you should have the option of combining yellow and blue to make green. And that option's not even listed. It's interesting that that option's not even listed. I wonder why they did that. Probably because that's pretty much the only thing cactus is good for. Speaking of which, how far along are we on the cactus? We're not very far at all, it looks like. Yeah, unfortunately, this setup just is going to be very slow. I think. Let's go ahead and sleep first. Alright, for anybody that's coming in late, which I doubt, um, the whole reason why we are doing dyes right now is because I'm kind of tired of having to grab stuff to make a specific dye for when I actually need it. I just want to have a whole bunch of different dyes readily available, so all I gotta do is pull out the shulker box, grab whichever dye color that I'm after. This is something that not really necessary, but I do kind of get annoyed at going over there, seeing I don't have a specific color for something, and then being like, well, I gotta go collect stuff to get that color. There are some that we're not going to be able to do a whole lot about, but this way, we're not going to be hurting for dyes for any reason. So if I want to dye a shulker, all I got to do is just grab the color of dye that I need, instead of having to go through the whole process of making it at any given moment. And this is going to use up quite a bit of our cactus, so that's why I did go ahead and put another cactus there, so that can start building up all over again. And green's not even a color that I've used that often in anything. The main colors that I've really used, or what I've used them for, is mostly just shulkers. I have dyed quite a bit of terracotta, but it's been in green and light green. Most of the other colors, all I gotta do is go to the mesa and grab it from there. And then, even then, some of the colors, you may see my color palette around here, and this is just visual so that I know what I'm working with at any given time. And if I'm looking for something, I do have it displayed here to see if I can compare it to something else and see what it looks like. I do have a texture in place that turns the there we go. It turns the crimson wood into crimson. I don't like that purplish pink color. And the fact that it's called crimson, I'm just like, why is this purple pink instead of actual crimson? I thought something was off, and there you go. There we go. So yeah, I do have that in place, and I don't think we've actually used that anywhere yet. At least I don't think so. But yeah, back to business at hand. We're just trying to get dyes. A lot of dyes. A lot. We need more dyes. Let's just go ahead and fill this guy up. I do want to fill up the red first and the yellow. That way any of it we get from the flower farm, we can automatically put it towards orange. So let's say we need... Yeah, so all of these are going to be used to get red dye from the roses. If I got my maths right there. Which there's a good chance that I didn't. A very good chance that I didn't. Again, getting quiet on everybody is mostly because, again, you know, without like an active conversation and some kind of topic to talk about, it just becomes like, well, I talked about what I felt like talking about in that moment, so now what? So yeah, if you see this over on YouTube, feel free to stop by my my streaming channel over here on Twitch. That is twitch.com/NatanusLikens. Yeah, so 2 more of these. And boom, that one is done. We can put up the red. Let rich go there. Yellow. We don't have to fill up the yellow. I don't really use it for anything. So okay, so orange. We got a problem with pink, sort of. We can probably knock out these 2 here. That one's got bone blocks. This one's got straight up bone mill in it. I've had these extra bones in there for like forever. These are mostly from just exploring and killing skeletons, and they just kind of build up after a while. We don't really need them for anything, so I've just been saving them in bone form because trying to store stuff in bone mill form takes up more space than it does just storing them as bone or bone blocks. However, I typically use the bone blocks for building, if you can't tell. Like a lot of my builds have bone blocks as one of the main blocks. That is mostly because it's the only one that aesthetically makes sense to me in most steampunk-styled builds. There are a lot of blocks that I do really feel like lends themselves pretty well to it, but when it comes to like the whites, there's not very many colors that do. I mean, we could use white concrete, but it's concrete. at that point, I feel like we've exited steampunk and we've entered modern. So I don't really use concrete all that often. As far as some of the other options, I don't like diorite. Thank you, Iscal85. You have killed me on that with your personal hatred of it. I used to love that block and use it a lot in builds, and over time he kind of wore me out on it. Just constantly saying it's disgusting and looks like bird poop, and now I can't unsee it as bird poop. So thank you, Iscal85. You have ruined diorite for me. No hate. Excuse me. No hate. Just it's it's been kind of funny that has built over time. Even though right now I don't follow any of the hermits, and I still end up talking about them. Lovely. We're not going to get into my reasons for that either. There are some things that have gone on in their communities or things they've said over on Twitter that I can't support them anymore. I can't overlook these things. Especially considering that a couple of them blocked me for specifically pointing out things. Um, and then I had one of them on their Discord was... I'm not going to say... I'm not really sure how to put it, because they had a point in what the reasoning for saying certain things that were going on in their Discords. I have no problem with that. It's the way they went about it that I had a problem with. Again, it's their Discord. They're fully in control of it. And I was in the wrong. We need 2 more stacks for pink. But again, the way this person went about it just rubbed me wrong, and I was kind of tired of it anyway. And over the years, their streaming, it used to be one of my favorites, because when this person would stream, they would usually stream late at night. And by that point, there was not as many people in the Hermitcraft stream day following, because now it's getting later into the night. Some people are going to bed or doing other things, or they were simply just not interested in this person. So it introduced an interesting dynamic where a lot of times, and this person probably doesn't even remember this, it would end up being just me in their chat and chatting with them, and we're just having a little conversation there while we're playing. And they would quite often be playing some form of modded, and I would be in one of my numerous single player worlds, and we're just kind of sitting there chatting back and forth and talking about different things. Like, I think one of the first times I fought the Ender Dragon, I was in the hit. I was in this person's chat room, just chatting away about it, and they were telling me good luck. They were in some kind of modded Minecraft, I don't remember what, and it was kind of a back and forth of, well, good luck on that, because some of the things that they were doing were like running dungeon-based things and stuff and things and stuff. And again, there I was, somewhat new player, taking on the Ender Dragon. So it was kind of a somewhat personal experience, like the two of us just hanging out. Granted, we weren't playing together, but we were playing at the same time, so it was kind of an interesting dynamic. And then over time, as that person picked up in popularity, that went away. They changed their streaming time, and suddenly I found myself on the receiving end of a lot of this person's opposing side. So it kind of changed it a little bit. Like, we went from being like internet friends to him just really showing that he had changed and become a little bit of a jerk. And I said that. I was trying to keep from saying that. If you can figure out who it is, don't say anything. I'm not trying to cause any strife with that person. I'm just saying that person changed over time, and I couldn't deal with it anymore. Just what it did not feel the same being in that person's community at that point. I'm also saying that and I'm also not saying that I did nothing wrong on my part, because yeah, they had some points, and I was in the wrong at times. It's the way the person handled it that I didn't agree with. And also, there may have been a lot of one-sided, like, internet friend thing going on with me on that. I have no doubt that that person didn't think of it that way. I don't know if that's going to be enough or if we need more. If we need more, that's fine. We're right here. We're doing this. Yeah, we're definitely going to need more. I don't know how much more, but more. Yeah, so we need another 5 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. We already had 1 stack. Yeah, and then some of the other communities, I decided to leave their Discord and their community as a whole, because they were glorifying things that I just felt like didn't make sense to me, and things that I don't agree with. Eventually, I was just like, I can't ignore you guys like openly saying that this is perfectly fine. I can't do it. I just had enough of that. And this is also coming from people that are influencers and don't think about how they're influencing people. And I am gonna, in this situation, I am gonna go ahead and name a hermit. So let's point out something that a lot of Minecrafters nowadays. Oh, we needed that in the middle of serious talk. Okay, so let's talk about something that Minecrafters hate. That one of the Hermitcraft members actually use their position as an influencer to push on other people and say, "Hey, do this," and that is the first mob vote. Um, Now, there were a couple of them involved in saying, hey, let's get the Phantom. However, the specific one we are going to talk about is Grian. Grian is one of them that really pushed getting the Phantom to deal with AFKers, which, funny enough, he has become an AFKer. And I've had some fun with him, though it could be misconstrued as me being insulting to him. Yeah, it was all in good fun. I did not mean to actually be rude and green. If you see this and know what I'm talking about, I was not trying to be rude. I was trying to be funny, and it may not have come across that way. Uh, Oftentimes, people don't get my sense of humor, so yeah, that's a constant battle. But anyway, so Green had made the comment about moving the Phantoms over into the. Let's put that there. Can't do much about that one. Can't do much about this one. We can do stuff about this one. But yeah, so he was saying certain things about moving the Phantom over and how much he hated it, and he's partially responsible. So he did take up ownership of the fact that the Phantom does now exist in the Minecraft world. At the time, and let me reiterate this: at the time, I really wanted. I think it was. Don't hold me to this because it's been a while, and I'm not looking it up right now. I think it was Mob C. It was the Nether mob. And my reasoning for it at the time was the Nether was pretty easy. I know a lot of people hate the Nether, but at the time, the Nether was pretty easy. And I was like, we need a mob that's actually, like, a lot more frustrating to deal with that is not Bone Mill. So I really wanted the Nether mob, which again I think was Mob C. I don't really remember, and I'm not gonna bother to look it up while we're chatting because obviously we're doing something else. Um, but that's the one I really wanted, and he wanted that one, and a few other hermits also wanted that one. Um, and the main reason was that it was focused on dealing with AFKers, because a lot of people were complaining about various AFKers for one reason or another, including, and this is one of my favorite things to talk about because I hated that people pushed on Mojang enough that they got rid of it. AFK fishing. And the reason I hate on that particularly is because at the time that that was a thing, I was literally only able to get on the game for about 2 hours every day. So it was nice to come in, see that I had a whole lot of loot to sort through from ink sacks. Ink sacks. AFK fishing gave you a lot of free ink sacks. And now we have to use farms that are to varying degrees of successful at getting ink sacks. Yeah, if we still had the AFK fishing, you wouldn't have to worry about ink sacks. Anyway, so I had very little time, and AFK fishing meant that I was able to get a whole bunch of loot very easily, and various other little bits and bobs, such as ink sacks, very easily without much effort. Now, it was a little bit broken because yes, you could get some really powerful enchants very quickly. Oh, what am I doing? This is so people got rid of that and voted for uh, the Phantom in order to combat AFKing. Still not a big fan of that decision by the community because I felt like that hurt the community more than it helped. Okay, so we need one stack of each color. But yeah, that is one of those things. Do I really need a stack? Hang on. Because I do believe... I think we only need a half a stack of each. Maybe. But yeah, I feel like that was poor judgment by everybody involved in that because they were focused on dealing with AFKing, regardless of what server it's on. Oh, yeah, we do need, because I believe we need 4 stacks to fill up the orange. So I feel like that's a major misstep by a lot of people. And I do mean a lot of people. And Grian was one of them at the forefront of that, and then come back and I know in recent videos he was actually apologizing for his hand in the creation of the Phantom. It's a mob that a whole lot of people don't like, and honestly, I mean, I don't even mind it anymore because, you know, it's so easy to get rid of. Just sleep. Like, it may be one of the most annoying mobs, but it's one of those that, because of the way it works, I hardly ever see the thing. I mean, we have I couldn't walk over it. We have a spot over that way specifically for hunting phantoms, so we get phantom membrane, which I'm apparently out of. I don't even remember what potion it's for. But again, I hardly ever even see the thing, so it's kind of hilarious to me that people are still that the people that voted for it are now complaining about how much of a monstrosity it is, and a monstrosity that they themselves created. And it honestly doesn't even bother me. I hardly ever see a phantom. It's so hilarious. Like I said, all these influencers that voted for it and now complain about it, and I'm sitting here like, I didn't want it to begin with. I wanted something else, and now that it's in the game, it doesn't even bother me. But the influencers that wanted it, it bothers them. It's I'm sorry, but I find it so hilarious that that's what happened with the Phantom. To me, it's basically a waste of a mob because I don't even see the dang thing half the time. And when I do, it's usually because I'm AFK at one of my contraptions. And unlike a lot of the YouTubers I watch, or used to watch, I usually have a bed close by so that I can sleep and get rid of the night. And because I've slept, you now are. I'm now in I've slept, so the Phantom isn't even going to come after me. Now, I will admit, on servers where you have the one person sleep, that does mean if you haven't slept in a while, which is very likely, the Phantoms are going to come after you. And again, I mean, all you got to do is sleep, and they're gone. It doesn't even matter who it is with that one person's sleep. So it's kind of hilarious to me that that is something that they complain about. And again, they're the ones that voted the thing in the first place. Oh, I love the Phantom. It's great. it's that's so much karma in their faces that it's hilarious. Okay, so we're waiting on green dye. We do need more blue. We don't really need the red and the yellow anymore. Gray, we need a little bit about. We can't do much about that one at the moment. Purple, we can't do a whole lot about until we get the blue filled up. So, we did fill this thing up, didn't we? We are blowing through bone mill, which is fine. I mean, like I said, we got a mob farm. We can get bones all day long. All I gotta do is do an AFK session over there, and we got more bones than I will ever be able to use. Within reason. Let's turn that down for a minute. But yeah, green is one of the culprits behind the creation of the Phantom. I really, really feel like the Phantom should have never existed in the first place. I thought it was a horrible choice. Even the design of the Phantom looked terrible. But that's what it is. As far as some of the other votes, the Sniffer, yeah, the Hermits that did push the Sniffer, I am all for. The Sniffer sounds like the best option. The second best option there would have been probably the Tough Golem. I don't know what was the one that snuck around? I don't remember. That one was an interesting one. If Mojang had given us a little more detail on that one, I think that one could have been the best. From the sounds of it, it only gave you iron tools, and for playing a game of hide and seek with it, only to get an iron tool really doesn't seem all that big of a deal. It also sounded like it was a random spawn, so you had no control over actually getting it to spawn. If there was some kind of mechanic where you could control the spawning of that, I could have seen a great mini game of who can find the I don't even remember what it's called. Rascal. Rascal. Who can find the rascal the most? And you could prove how many times you found it by how many pickaxes you've gotten from it. So everybody clears their inventory, you go into this big arena where you're all searching for rascals. And whoever finds it the most is going to have more tools, and they can prove it like that. So I think it could have been an interesting little mini game involved with the rascal. The tough golem, uh, considering this is our second or third golem that they've introduced, I really feel like they're trying to give us a new golem. The tough golem was not it, though. The copper golem is the one that I feel like we should have gotten. That was the one that was my pick because I could see so much potential for it. The Allay, which is, again, one that the Hermits pushed to have everybody vote for as influencers, is also the one that won because they were pushing for it. The Allay is probably the most useless out of all of those. Like, until I made my ink farm, I really saw no point in even having Allays. Really didn't. Now, the only use of an Allay that I have seen that proves its worth is Mumbo Jumbo, maybe a few others, but Mumbo specifically, I remember seeing a video where he was trying to use the Allay to create a filter system, and the filter system did work. It absolutely did work. Now, my question about that is, will it work because of the way he did it? So these three tools right here, you know what, let's go over here. So if my sword wasn't named, these tools and the enchants on it, if I dropped a similar tool with the exact same, and this is kind of a terrible example, I need something that isn't enchanted. And also it's very loud. Okay, yeah, here we go, iron. So if I dropped an iron helmet into the system, and the Allay is holding an iron helmet, it will filter out single stack items. Now, my question on that, and the reason why I'm kind of glad we have some items here to show this, is even in modded Minecraft, you cannot, depending on how you go about, there are ways around it. You cannot filter out this iron helmet and this iron helmet into the exact same spot. Again, there are ways around that. And that is because of the, I believe it's called NBT data assigned to both of these. This one has some damage on it, this one does not. Does the Allay know the difference? So, will the Allay pick both of these up simply because it's holding an iron helmet? Or will it not, and the NBT data associated with the fact that this one has damage on it means that it won't pick it up? Same thing goes for enchanted stuff. Okay, because this one's enchanted and this one is not, they have two different NBT tags. So will an Allay pick up every golden chest with varying sorts of damage and also varying sorts of enchants on it? If it does, it would be perfect for filter systems such as a gold farm. If it does not, I mean, like, what's the point of being able to filter stuff with an Allay? Like, I feel like it would just cause a lot of problems with entities being in an area because they count as an entity and they would stack up for all the filters that you would need, as opposed to actually right over here. Hang on, let's turn this off for a second and collect up all this because I do have some filters over here. Collect all these. Okay, so we can't get everything. Hold that thought. We need to clean this up and then go show you some redstone filters. And you've probably seen these before. They're everywhere. The hermits use them quite often. Uh, I'm pretty sure if you're more of a Psycraft fan, you'll probably see these everywhere too. We don't need that. We don't need that. We are going to get rid of that for now because really the only color we're after is blue. I'm not too concerned with the red, the yellow, and the light gray at the moment. Okay, so moving on. Back here for my warped wood farm, we do have a couple of filters. Okay, so we got a filter here for shroom lights. We got a filter here for wart blocks. God, that's a mouthful. And then over here we have the warp stem blocks. Um, so again, because we're using that style of filter, that redstone is one of those things that either it causes a whole bunch of lag, or if done right, it causes very little lag. And depending on how much of it in a given area also dictates how much lag is being produced. With that being said, having a whole bunch of allays in an area, like, it doesn't matter in this case because we've only got 3. We do have a whole bunch of redstone back there and a whole bunch of hoppers over here. But you will notice that there is really no lag over here. Even when I'm using this, there is very little lag. I could remove all of this and simply use allays, and the allays will pick it up and drop it off, sort of. Um, we'd have to do some other tricks in order for that to work, but we could do that. However, this is so much simpler, just doing it this way. So much simpler. It doesn't take really any effort for that to work. Now, the other problem, uh, besides how many entities you would have running around to have a whole bunch of allays picking up drops from any given thing, in this case, we really only need 3. I am tempted to try and work out some redstone here so that I can also get crimson trees to grow. It's a little bit of a problem, but the point there is, we could potentially use allays to sort out those items there. Again, there are some issues with that we'd have to also tackle, which means more redstone. In fact, it also means redstone that is constantly running. I don't want to go over to the ink farm. Oh god. Where are you at? Go away. He was right in my face when I came out. Um, but yeah, the allays, they're really not worth it. I mean, even the mechanics of them are so terrible that I'm like, why did you guys want this? This thing is terrible. And we are going to have to fly over to the ink farm to demonstrate this. Because again, the way the allay works is just so, like, the functionality of the allay is so bland that really I wish they'd get rid of these guys and give us the copper golems, because I could see the copper golems being used for mini games in various situations, and because they do eventually rust and become little statues, you could have put them in a a too tall hole, and eventually you'd have a nice little lawn golem, a lawn gnome kind of thing there. And because of texture packs, you could actually make them look even more interesting as a decoration. Like, they would have been like there's so many uses for them. These guys, not only are they the most annoying mob in the game to try and lead anywhere, and trust me on that, they are way more annoying to move around than you might think. You would think that you could fly with them. The problem is they only fly so fast. So if you're flying faster than they are, you will leave them behind. And then as far as trying to lead them with a lead and walking, I did notice that there was quite a lot of times where let's go over here to the sand area, where I'd be coming up like here, and the allay would get stuck down there. The stupid things can fly. Why can't it just fly up and over these blocks as I'm going with the lead? Instead, what would happen is, um, unlike most of the others, like a dog or a cow or a chicken that would just walk up these, the allay would just float there and not go up to the next highest block in order to stay up with the lead. So eventually the lead would break, the allay would stay there, and you'd have to go back and get your lead, go back and get the allay. Oh my gosh, these things are the most annoying mob in the game to move. They are more annoying than villagers to move around. Okay, the second problem is their functionality of giving them an item so that they can collect them up and then drop them off somewhere. Typically, the dropping off is directly at the player. And in most cases, for usage and farms, the player is not going to be inside the farm. The allay is. And that's where we enter the next problem. The next problem is that they need a note block that is being activated. That is being activated. Our note block is not even firing. And for some reason, they are dropping off their... Okay, so they need a note block sound going off so that they know where to drop off. So essentially, underneath all those carpets, we have hoppers leading into this dropper down there that then shoots the ink sacs up into this water line here that brings it into our system. Now the problem is the radius at which they can hear the note block, I think only extends to about here. So all of that area out there and over there, they simply won't be responsive to the note block. That one did fly out there. That is kind of unusual that he flew way over there, heard the note block, and came back. They usually don't do that. I actually sat here at this thing for a while watching because I wasn't getting that much ink sacs. Yeah, we didn't have a good flow of ink sacs. In fact, I don't think we even have that many in there right now. But yeah, these guys are their functionality just flat out sucks. To be perfectly honest, these guys are terrible. I do not like the allays. They the only reason I even have these guys here is because I was like, oh, you know what? Allays would be perfect for an ink sac farm. Half. That is half correct. If I divided this whole area up into like maybe 3 sections and put 2 allays in each section, words are difficult. If I put like 2 allays into each section and then closed it off and gave each one of them their own drop-off point, it would probably work a lot better. Like, okay, so that's salmon. I was about to say we got ink sacs floating over here and they haven't picked them up. So typically we got, I don't know if you saw that. Let's see if I can spot one. Look, there's 3 right there. So we got axolotls in there. Axolotls are responsible for killing off the squid and any other fish that may spawn in there. We do get more than just squid, unfortunately. Not a whole lot I can do about that. Um, so this was a proof of concept in finding a use for the allays that actually is useful. The other problem with that is, again, they can only filter or carry one item. So depending on the farm that you are making, you have to have more and more allays for that farm. For instance, for the mob farm, let's assume that you wanted to collect all the drops from the mob farm, all of them. So for skeletons, you're going to need at least 2 allays for the skeletons. You can let the bows. Well, no, they're not going to drop the bows, but you're going to be picking up the bones and the arrows. I mean, technically, you could trash the arrows or just let them despawn, but there's 2 allays. Let's just assume you're picking up everything. So there's 2 allays right there. Zombies, you're going to need 1 for because generally they're only going to drop rotten flesh. Not a big deal. Spiders, you got 2 that you're going to need because you're going to be collecting string and eyes. For creepers, you've only got gunpowder that is dropping, so there's 1. We are up to 7. And then we get to witches, which witches have about 4 drops. One of which we're not really going to count, so we're only going to say 4. There are technically 5. We're not going to worry about the 5th one. But these drops are redstone, glowstone dust, bottles, and sticks. The other one being spider eyes, but because we've got spiders falling, you probably already got 1 for that, so you don't need to double up there. So grand total, that puts us up to 14 allays that you would have to have running around collecting all these things. And the allays can only carry so much at a time. I don't know how much they can actually carry. I think they can only carry a full stack at a time. So depending on how fast the items are coming in, they're going to start backing up, which means you either need to double up on all those, so now we're at 28 allays, or you're going to be trashing a whole bunch of items and letting them despawn. So really, just use a hopper system. Just use a classic storage system for all those items. The allays aren't going to do you much good there. And in fact, for an ink farm like this, there's actually a different style of one that we could have built that I've seen built on the Hermitcraft server, and I was tempted to try and do that one because it would serve the exact same purpose of collecting ink. However, I did want to experiment with actually using allays, so that's why we did this. And again, allays are terrible for any purpose whatsoever. This is yet again a waste of a mob vote. Like, this guy should never have been voted in. It is that frustrating. And again, because all the hermits are influencers and they pushed, vote for the allay, vote for the allay. They didn't even consider the mechanics that may come involved with the allay or other things. It was just a waste. Like, they really need to consider what it is they're telling people to do instead of just telling them to do it. They're not taking into account anything outside of that. Even when the allay was first introduced, I felt like the talking points of it were so bland that I was like, the allay doesn't even sound interesting. It doesn't sound useful. And I was like, I mean, we've already got ways of filtering items, so a little mob that can carry them doesn't sound all that amazing. I was not impressed with the idea of the allay, and yet everybody else was. And I was like, why? I mean, I've even got that problem with the sniffer. First off, getting a hold of a sniffer means you have to find an egg somewhere in the ocean. At this given moment, we don't know the spawn rate of that egg, so we don't know how many sniffers you are going to be getting or how often you are going to find them. Um, we have no idea. The rascal was completely and utterly random in terms of how we could actually find it and get it. And then the tough golem, I mean, the tough golem is interesting. I do and do not see potential for the tough golem. That's one of those we needed a little bit more information on what it would be capable of. Really, all that they gave us on it is it was effectively a pedestal, an interesting way to display items. In some ways, that's perfectly fine, sounds great. And others, I'm just kind of like, well, why? Okay, what is this going to do for me? Is this lag from entities such as item frames and just having enough, well, having enough items just laying around is actually a concern, especially on servers. So my real question there is not how many uh, tough golems a person could have in their base at any given point, but how many of them combined with a item that they are displaying that is, from what they said, is floating around like this on their little pedestal. How many of those before the combination of the two starts producing lag? I don't know. So the sniffer did sound a little bit better. It will give us new plants. Um, Not really sure what kind of plants they are thinking about giving us. I know on Twitter I was pushing a lot saying, hey, Mojang, when you give us a sniffer, give us tomato plants. I do think the main thing that I want to see, and that a lot of people disagree with me, is a food update. Um, really, if you really consider all the items of food that we have and how good some of those are, um, I feel like there could be a lot more combinations and better foods for further into gameplay, and then like different combinations of things. And I feel like we could get a few more food items that are, on one hand, uh, I got rid of it. Great for, come on buttons. Uh, Great for like building a farm, and I'm not talking about building an automatic farm like what we're standing in, but if you want a farm for a build, like an aesthetic farm, we do need some more crops that we can grow for that kind of style of building. The reason I say that is most of the time when I see like an aesthetic farm in some world's really big build, it's only ever wheat fields. And that's because the aesthetic of wheat gives a very pleasant look. As far as carrots and potatoes and even beetroots, I mean, all you see is essentially just green grass, like behind my head, growing up out of the dirt. Now, depending on which one of those you are growing, you're going to either see like a little bit of brown at the bottom, a little bit of red at the bottom, or a little bit of orange. But the fact of the matter is, it's basically the same. It just depends on the color at the bottom. So I really feel like we need more plants, plant-based foods that we can grow. I do feel like we need more combinations of different things. Right now, chicken, beef, and steak, pork, you can't really combine with anything else. There is no other combination of stuff with those. Carrots you can use with gold to get golden carrots, which a lot of people say are the best food item in the game. I'm not saying I disagree. I'm just saying that's what they say. You can also make pumpkin pies. Used to be one of my favorite things, but it has shown that the amount of those that you end up eating to keep your health up in order to keep your hunger up in order to keep your health up uh, really is one of the worst items. Like I think uncooked potatoes is probably higher than a pumpkin pie. I don't remember, don't hold me to that, and I'm not looking up facts right here. I mean, I could easily just pull that up, but I'm just not doing it. But yeah, I really feel like we need a food update with more combinations of things that you can make, like using the apples in place of pumpkin to make apple pies for decoration purposes, and having unique, like on Hermitcraft, there's no other pie shop. Right now we've got Gigapies, and that's it. What if we had Stress Monster open up an apple pie store? So which one sells more, the pumpkin pies or the apple pies? And on top of that, apples are really the only fruit in the game, and I love fruit, and I would like to see some more fruit. And in fact, if we got tomatoes and we got pineapples, we could have a couple of my favorite things, various forms of pizza. And I feel like we could use ham to make sausage so that we could have pepperonis on those pizzas. So I really feel like Mojang needs to look at some of the stuff offered up through Pam's Harvest Craft and see what they can actually take from that and have the sniffer dig up for us. I do think that that is a big possibility for the future of the sniffer. But at the same time, like of the three, the sniffer sounded the best. However, I feel like not one of those was really what we deserve. Like not one of those is extremely uh, good. Let's put it that way. I don't think any one of those is the better choice. Though I will admit, I was not expecting the tough golem to take last place in that vote. That was kind of a surprise, especially considering that Cub fan 135 was pushing for everybody to vote for the tough golem. So that was an interesting surprise that it came in dead last. I don't know why people would have wanted the Rascal, but the Rascal, I mean, it did sound like it had an interesting mechanic that could potentially be a little more useful than some of the others. But yeah, that's my little rant on mob votes and listening to influencers. And I really think the influencers need to take in mind and actually think about stuff and work it out and really, really spend a little bit more time thinking about what they're telling people to do and why. That was one thing that I noticed from Paul's Symmetry is while she was saying everybody needed to vote for the sniffer, she wasn't giving any reasons. She was just saying, hey, vote for the sniffer. She wasn't saying vote for the sniffer so that we can get new plants or so that they can add a specific plant. She was just saying vote for the sniffer. And I thought that was kind of odd that she was doing that. But yeah, that is yet another rant on different things. And so I guess the rest of this, our time really got taken up. It's taken a lot longer to get all these dyes than I thought it would. Especially considering we already have farms for most of them. Though part of it is I wasn't expecting that farm to be broken. I still don't know when they changed the spawning rules of tulips. Apparently you can only bone mill them in a flower course now. That is news to me. I didn't know they made that change. Very interesting. Let me just let that run for a second. Again, the main thing we're after right now is blue dye. We need a lot more blue dye than we currently have, and this is really the only way to get a decent chunk of blue dye. We could do some trading with villagers in order to get a bunch of lapis and just turn the lapis into blue, but I feel like that's a waste of lapis. Especially considering we got cornflower, which we can easily get through other means. Such as this flower farm. I do admit, I do need to go over to the swamp that is directly up that way and build one of these there. In fact, we may. We probably could just tear that one down because that one's going to be useless to us now. Yeah, if you know down in the comments when they changed the spawn rules for tulips, let me know. I still don't know when or why they did that. And again, as I've stated, that farm, since I first made it, and that particular spot has always been tulips. That is where all of my tulips that are in that chest back there came from. And now it doesn't work as intended. So that is interesting. I don't know why or when they made that change. I just thought about something. I want to do something there. I'm going to let that run for a second. Because I'm constantly worried about actually falling in that hole. Voila! Now we don't have to worry about falling in the hole. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I do want to work out some of the dirt that's around that we can see. At some point. We're not going to worry about that right now. How much bone meal does this thing have? Hey, we made it. Okay, so it's still got plenty of bone meal on it. We're just gonna let it run for a little while. I was about to say, now I can't get out of there, so that we're in trouble. uh, well, maybe not. We could have easily broken the block underneath one of these repeaters, and it would just stop. Depending on which block we broke at what point, though. We'd probably have to break that one to really get a good feel. A good feel? A good spot where this is not in our way, blocking our ability to get out. I do feel like we're gonna do a few things. You know what? We'll worry about that when that's actually done. When that thing runs out of bone meal, we'll worry about what I was actually trying to do right there. We're gonna like clean up the dirt. It's actually kind of bothering me a little bit. Not a huge bother, but it's something I've been meaning to do for a long time. Clean up all the dirt. Because I think, yeah, we've got that running. We've got this redstone signal running on stone. So why can we still see dirt everywhere? We might as well start cleaning up and getting rid of the dirt where we can, and using the dirt for other purposes. Because when I built the retaining wall around the main hilltop back that way, we ended up using quite a bit of dirt to fill that in. Now, with that being said, I did realize very quickly that we weren't going to have enough dirt to do that. So what I actually ended up doing is a lot of that hillside is cobblestone. We used cobblestone to fill it in place of the dirt, or like not filling it in at all and having a whole lot of spawnable area for mobs underneath. We could light it up and prevent mob spawning, like a lot of various Minecraft YouTubers do. However, lighting is another thing, especially torches. Torch spam does, in fact, cause a little bit of lag. But once you start talking about hundreds of thousands of torches, let alone millions, between all the members playing, that's when you start dealing with lag. And the more torches you have, the worse. So it's actually better for, in a lot of examples of where they've made a platform in order to build on it instead of filling in the area and then just putting torches everywhere. If they had filled in the area to begin with, they wouldn't have some of the lag issues that they do. And redstone contraptions aside, because those do cause problems on their own. There's just a whole bunch of different things you need to factor in when doing certain things, and I don't think that they do too often. It just depends on who we are talking about there. I know certain members are very bad about creating lag, whereas some of the others aren't. For one reason or another. Like the Redstoners, for the most part, the Redstoners are pretty good about their machines and how much lag their machines produce. Most of them don't have farms that are just constantly running all the time. A few of them do make that style of farm that is just unnecessary. You don't need it. Speaking of which, we still haven't gotten any inkling of Mumbo Jumbo returning to the server. So I don't know what's going on there. I feel like he could have come back to the server a long time ago. He's just choosing not to for some reason. I know he missed out quite a bit with his trip, but that's no excuse not to rejoin your friends. So I don't know what's going on there. That's kind of an interesting conundrum as to why he's not going back. Not that I haven't followed anybody recently. Like I've been saying in various videos and in my own streams, I did stop watching them for different reasons. Some of them it's not the same reason. For instance, like things I disagree with that for years they have constantly been like, yeah, that's fine. And then some of them it's just by association because they're simply there amongst that group and they're not saying anything. They may not be for or against whatever it is the others are talking about that I disagree with, and I have disagreed with for years. I just finally got to the point where I was like, I can't support these people. They aren't changing, they aren't listening. And even with their recent Rift stuff, they really, I feel like the group as a whole dropped the ball on that. Like, it could have been so much better, and they just, it was like they didn't put any effort into making it good. And that's not any one person's fault. That's the entire group as a whole. Okay, so I feel like... Alright, first off, that can stay. This needs to be here. That needs to be there. Boom. Boom. And that can all come out. We can do that right there. What's the matter, little girl? I don't know what Dolly's doing. There really is no reason for me to get back here. However, there's no reason to me not being able to get back here. Okay, that would be the wall. No! Oh, that's fine. So that's fine. I don't have enough stone. How much more bone mills this thing got? Let's just fill that all in. It is nighttime. And it's just because of the way we did the doorway. It's fine. It's not even, but it's fine. Okay, so let's get rid of these. We don't need them. We're mainly after the cornflowers. It's going to take a while. A lot longer than I was originally thinking in order to fill up that. Let's take a look at Twitch. Okay, nobody's still nobody chatting. Not surprised. It's like I can't gain any traction on anything. What? Huh? I must have put them... Hold up. Those are firework 2 duration. Heh! What did I do with my rockets? Right. Huh? I don't know how many, but I had a stack of rockets on me. I don't know how many was in that stack, but I had a stack of rockets on me. And I don't know where they just disappeared to. Yeah, they're not in there. Okay. Yeah, okay. That happened. I don't... What? I don't... Well, you just saw me grab that stack. Where'd the stack go that I had earlier? Did I put it in this chest by mistake? Okay. Um... Right. Okay. I don't know where those went. That's really, really creepy. That's really creepy. Okay, let's take a break from that. I don't know what happened to my rockets. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I don't know where they would have gone. Okay, that's weird. I'm taking my redstone box. We're gonna go. I could do a 4x4. I could do it 4 tall. If I did it 4 tall. How many? So we could do a row of 16. I really need to change this around. No, I don't want to do that there. Where? Oh, where? Oh. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, that's not gonna work either. Then we could come back here. Because originally I was going to do something here, then I changed my mind about it. Could potentially do something back here. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And yes, I like this spot. Okay, how do we want to do this? No, not that far down. Kitty, you're gonna have to move. Come here. You can sit right there. Fill in our accidental holes. Eh. That there. Bada bing, bada boom. This is something we've been needing for a long time, and I feel like taking a break from all the flowers. Um, we do need... What do I want to use? Hmm. What do I want to use? I was going to say most of these are going to be over there, but I feel like I want something different. One stack should be enough. Okay, so here's going to be that. So we need to go here. Uh, okay, so that... Clear out that area. Funny enough, I think I actually, like, framed out a lot of this area. And here we are tearing it up for a cocoa bean farm. Okay, so we got this. Now we need... I should have brought the terracotta with me. Because we really need this to be 2. Okay, okay. So... we need to get back here. So all of this needs to come out. Not all of it, but most of it. Oh. I hit stone. Okay, so 2 here. Welcome to the jungle. We got songs and games. No, we don't need that. Alright, so tear this out. And we're also going to go ahead and tear this out. That can stay because it won't be seen. And then this is a problem because we need to be able to get in and out. Okay. You're about to watch magic happen. We're just going to do this on the fly. This has not been pre-planned. It has not been thought through. I just suddenly had an idea. We are going to make it happen. I need to get this out of my inventory. This out. Stone can go over here, and we need to grab a little more terracotta. We're just going to grab 2 stacks. I just realized we may have a problem for this very quick redstone. I may have to actually extend. I may have to change this a little bit. If my theory is correct, this is not going to work first try. Because I don't think the signal is going to go back for far enough to activate all of this. Yeah, it stops. Right there, we're literally too shy. Too shy. So we are going to have to come back and dig out another layer. Well, Hill, you're getting a makeover today. Let's talk about your makeover today. So I need to shave off a couple layers of you, Hill, in order to make room for some redstone. I could have sworn I just broke that block. Okay, let's just go ahead and remove the stone. The reason I'm doing 2 is in order to get the signal to do what we want it to and not cause a lot of problems. Is we need a buffer zone for the redstone signal, and we also need, well, no, we don't need anything else. We just need a buffer zone. basically the buffer zone is just an area where no signal should be transferred. So we'll have a section that there is no signal. I went down too far, didn't I? Oh well. While the signal is going to go so far back and activate, and because we are only 2 shy, I'm pretty sure that if I put 2 repeaters right in the dead center of this thing, I don't know if this is the center, but put one there and put one there, the signal should carry out across this entire line. But in order to do that, we got to have one space so that we just have the 2 repeaters, and another section that is a signal going to the 2 repeaters. And that is going to be what triggers via our button or whatever we end up putting. Because the system is going to be like button press. Like you press it once, all this activates, and then you collect up your cocoa beans. I literally could not think of what I was talking about there. It was like you collect up what? What is it we're collecting? Cocoa beans. We're just making an impromptu cocoa bean farm. Again, this is because I was getting kind of bored of constantly gathering flowers for dye. This is still along the same line because cocoa beans are used for making brown dye. So we are still continuing with collecting up dyes. And seeing as I have yet to make a proper cocoa bean farm, we are effectively killing 2 stones with 1 bird. And yes, we are killing 2 stones with 1 bird, not 2 birds with 1 stone. Because killing, the whole reason I say that is because killing 2 stones with 1 bird is much more difficult than killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's very easy to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It's very hard to kill 2 stones with 1 bird. Oh gosh. Yeah, okay, Dolly doesn't think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. We've still got plenty of terracotta. We're good on that. Oh, hi. I hate spiders. Okay. It's good placement too, because that means that we can actually close this section off over here. And because the chicken farm is right here, we still got access to it if we close it off completely. So that's actually a really good location. It does mean I have to, in order to get back here into the redstone, I have to go through rather inconvenient methods, but, you know, whatever. We can still get back there. Now, on the flip side of this, this does mean that whatever mechanic we use to power all these pistons, we also have to do up on that layer too. So the extra space also benefits that top side too. And you'll see in a minute, we'll make a very, very simple cocoa bean farm very quickly. Assuming I have enough terracotta, we may have to run back and grab some more. Wasn't talking to you guys down there. Bada bing, bada boom. And dust, dust, dust. There's that. And actually, what I want to do here is stop right there, put 2. Does mean we need 4. No, let's just grab them all. There is method in my madness. You shall see. Okay, we do need some half slabs there. Okay, we can get rid of that. We don't need it. Give me that. So that's where our button's gonna be. So it'll send the redstone signal into this. And I'm guessing. Well, let's just go ahead and put one right there. I don't need. No, we're not. We're not going to need that just yet. The next thing I need is slabbages. I didn't bring any slabs of any type with me. However, I do want to get rid of this. Yep, we ran out of terracotta. I knew that was going to happen at some point. And we are going to need some slabs of some sort. What kind of slabs do we want? Yeah, polished. You know what? No, let's... Because I typically do redstone on top of diorite anyway, otherwise diorite's just going to go to waste. I'm just going to infinitely collect it up. Okay, now preferably I want the redstone to be there. I didn't grab any terracotta, did I? Running around like that. And again, for anybody coming in, we are doing some redstone on the fly. Nothing was planned. We are just making something. Cocoa bean farm, to be exact. And again, there was no planning of this. We were just doing it. That's not good. We gotta do something here anyway, so might as well break those. So there is no connection for what we are about to attempt. Because we don't want that signal getting there. So what I need to do, and I don't know if it's going to work, we got to look into it first. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We may need more of that. Don't need you. I only need one of you still. We need to mix up. We need to make up some more redstone repeaters at some point. You can go there. The slabs. I thought the slabs were going to work perfectly, but they're not. Okay, so first off, if I do that, is that going to power those? Okay, no. Yes. Okay, that's what we want to see. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And then boink, boink, boink. Boink. Okay, what does that do? Because technically that should be in the off state. No, that's on the on state. Wait, what if I... Okay, no. Okay, so the torch tower should mean that the redstone up top is turned off. Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. That's what we want to see. Supposedly I can do that and it should be fine. The next thing we want, and actually the last thing we want before we can test, is a button. We're going to go with stone. Did I put the repeater? Yes, I did. Did I put it on? No, I did not. Okay, so effectively what should happen is the bottom pistons should push these logs up. There should be a delay before the top pistons then push it down. I am very satisfied. For redstone on the fly without planning anything. That is flawless. That works just as I envisioned. That worked so perfectly the first try. Actually, there's a way out back there, so let's just drop in here and do this. Oh my gosh, that worked so perfectly. Without even planning anything, I just kind of threw it together. I don't even... Like, I've got nothing really to say about that. That was just flawless. Not even, it wasn't even like we had to try it a couple of times. It just worked perfectly the first time. Oh, that was awesome. Let's just close that in right there. Again, because we got this path over here, we're not really concerned with how to get back into there because we can just come over here. Why was I given a feather? And because we did use a full stack of logs to create that, that means we should be getting a full stack, roughly, of cocoa beans back once they all grow. We gotta move our cocoa beans over. And that, my friends, is how you do redstone on the fly. Now, I imagine we could probably even go a step further with that and have some kind of mechanic where it will automatically gather them for us. The problem is we can't automatically plant them. I was a little bit worried about whether or not we were going to get enough cocoa beans to fill this out, but we actually did. I'm kind of surprised by that. We actually got a little bit more than what we needed. So this can go back there. That can go wherever. No. I hate it when I do that. So now all we gotta do is... And I don't really see a point in putting an automatic collection spot, because what we'll essentially do is just come over here, we'll see that it's grown, we'll hit the button, and it'll drop all of them, and we just pick it up. Because it's not going to be automated, we're pretty much going to be coming over here and getting it as we need it, not getting it every few minutes or something. I feel like we don't have enough terracotta for what I'm thinking to do right here. Yeah, we're already out of it. All right, Hill, I'm gonna like tear more of you up. Actually, I want to get this dirt right here. We got quite a bit of stone in our inventory, so we can just take off some of this dirt. Oh, wait, I didn't need to go back this far, did I? Oh, yeah, I did. Actually, I'm feeling like we're just gonna go ahead and tear out all of this. Oh, yeah. I didn't need to go back that far. Oops. Oops. Mistakes were made. Why did I do that? There was no point in me doing that just now. We're trying to clear that area out. I gotta fill this back in. Yeah, yeah. This can stay cleared out. Don't see a reason having this not looking like it's built up. That's the area that we're cleaning out. Yeah, that'll work. No. We're not worried about that section there. Yeah, I keep forgetting technically I come out this way. Because this is clear now. There, I've gotten used to going that particular way because, as I stated earlier in the stream, we had our bee farms here for like the longest time. So going that direction is sort of force of habit. Because I've gotten so used to that. And there you go. We got a quick little redstone build that we just did. Very simple cocoa bean farm. Jeez. Come on, brain. You process a couple billion things at a time, and you can't even think of one single word. It's ridiculous at times. Actually, this needs to be turned into brown dye, and boom. There's that. Get through all the shulker boxes there. And voila! We have a cocoa bean farm. Now, we could have done a few things differently, but whatever. And it's kind of tucked away back here, so it's not something that you're going to see because it is going to be a little bit of a visual monster. It's not pleasing to the eye, basically. And so we got that there. Terracotta, because I don't know how many. We're just grab it all. Okay, so where are we going to put? I feel like right there. And let's see here. If it's there, that's going to be there. This. Yeah. And actually, I want this. Oh, it's already that way. Okay. I was thinking it wasn't. Oh, we do need to, at some point, do a test. Make sure that I didn't screw up something when I was designing the, or just designing, when I was just slapping together the box. Um, yeah, we're just gonna grab some regular glass. Should need more in the stack. Actually, we should need exactly a stack now I think about it. Yeah, it should be exactly a stack is what we end up using here. And this way all of our circuitry is protected from the rain. Oh, yeah, if this area, oops. Yeah, about that. It's going to be a little bit more in the stack. I forgot that we had that section there, so we're actually using about, what was that, 8 blocks more than what we need. Yeah, it should be exactly 8 blocks that we're missing. Oh, somebody's home. Well, that's a good thing because I was going to get off here soon anyway. There you go. Bada bing, bada boom, cocoa bean farm. Ta-da! I think I'm going to park myself over here. And yeah, that's going to be it for my stream. I got to get off. Everybody's home. I got little Miss Dolly asleep here. So we got to go downstairs, see everybody. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.